Uma Parvati Savritri, Navayavana, Rapala Uma Parvati, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara with great compassion. I am blessing, listen, people. To do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. Praising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, the expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Ichya, Kriya, and Jnana Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the world, bringing life, to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in every form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Now, let us understand how we can best receive Devi Parashakti. Literally, in the moment of the darshan of Parashakti, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always we can receive her very traditionally. And to do this, you can keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen and watch Devi. The coin is considered, in the Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the East, it can be even a cent. And of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is not trying to monetize. You can keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it'll add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi. After the darshan is over, do namaskaram and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut and take it as prasadam immediately. You can collect those coins and send it to the LA temple. This betel leaf, the betel nut, may look too small, but in a few days you'll see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not have the Devi darshan, you'll not take it for granted. Rituals like this will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So now in the next slide, we have a couple of examples. The betel leaf, the banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin, and how that might exactly look, how it's usually traditionally arranged in the plate is here. So you can also keep a plate just like this, or any kind of plate in your house, which is available, and arrange the fruit, the banana leaf, and the betel leaf in this way. So now this brings us to a conclusion of this segment, and we'll be moving on into the next segment of the program, where we'll be seeing the glimpses of what Devi Parashakti has revealed over the last couple of months to each and every one of us, attending to each and every one of our needs and guiding us during these extremely crucial times. So we'll be right back with you and continuing on in today's program after a quick break. Shortly, we'll be moving on and seeing the next segments of today's program, really understanding the glimpses of what Devi Parashakti has guided each and every one of us over the last couple of months. Since the time that many of us needed to stay cautious and be aware of what was going on. Devi Parashakti has been continuously guiding and ensuring that humanity is warned of the future and the disasters at hand. We'll be going on into a short break. After that, we'll be continuing on with the segment.
afternoon. Welcome back to your viewers. Sorry for the delay in the program. So now let us enter into this next segment and understand what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19. First, let us understand the manifestation of Devi Parashakti through the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is that at such a time of suffering and so much of hardship in our lives, the incarnation of the cosmic super consciousness has manifested Devi Parashakti herself in order to guide us, bless us, and bring the healing energy of the cosmic mother. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just individually attended to us, but also as attended to us as a humanity at large. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi was to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So let us now watch the revelations made by Devi Parashakti as the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6 நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணால் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள் 8 ஒன்று செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்
So now let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. Devi reveals, "Oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss, doing the ajaba ajaba, the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the field, and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as aham, aham, in the state of Ananda Spurana. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life, even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful. In the above revelation, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19. Let us now look at each of these methods and understand the benefits and science behind them. So the first method revealed by Devi Parashakti is praying and meditating upon Devi. So science has extensively studied meditation, and Helpline has published just some of the science-based benefits of meditation, which includes reducing stress, controlling anxiety, promoting the emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening the attention span, and it may also reduce age-related memory loss. It can generate kindness. It may help fight addiction. It improves sleep. It helps control pain. It can decrease the blood pressure, and it's easily accessible anywhere. And a detailed study published by the Department of Health and Human Services has shown that meditation has a direct impact on both the mental and physical health. And another study published by the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during times of crisis, such as COVID-19. And a study published in Everyday Health shows how prayer and spirituality actually protects the emotional health by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirits, by helping you cope with the difficulties. A September 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illness who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015 in Depression and Anxiety. So now let us see how the avatar himself has directly demonstrated how meditation impacts the brain. So let us watch that video now.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that, because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. everything that human being experiences involving dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Now that we've understood the benefits of meditation, understand prayer and how prayer can be the best stress buster as revealed by the Supreme One of Hinduism.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand, nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, everyday puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities, is the best stress buster. touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. Is a piece of God. Literally.
Now let us understand the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti, which is surrendering to Devi through social media. During the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends to us individually, to our prayers, and showers us with blessings and boons. So now let us see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media. The first way is to connect via YouTube. So you can become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And then once you've done that, you can ask your questions in the comment section during the live Parashakti Akashic readings. Next way is to connect via Facebook. So you can like and follow Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And you can ask your questions again in the live comment section during the live Parashakti Akashic readings. The next way is to follow Shri Nithyananda on Twitter, and you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag AskTheAvatar. Next, you can follow Shri Nithyananda on Instagram and ask your questions to Devi Parashakti in the comment section of the photo. And lastly, you can connect via WhatsApp. So you can search kailasa.org, and when you visit the website, you will see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up, and you can ask your questions in that. So each of these is you can connect to Devi Parashakti to each of these ways, and then receive beautiful blessings just like this.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி, ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி.
And the next way to connect with Devi Parashakti is by worshiping Devi wherever she resides by doing the fire walking. And Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed that fire walking is an alchemy process. And in the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, our rishis and munis have been adepts in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they design is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because that fire walking time, that small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem. It's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. Especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, and even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk with the traditional powerful music, which we call it, in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that you will walk. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on the fire, the 11 feet fire pit. If you do for one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariam and do the fire walking. That is it. It's a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti Mahamari and do the Bhakti-Patni Vratam. Do this traditional fire walking. You are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is you can do fire walking. So now let us watch a short
all these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. Because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for the complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality and ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fireworking.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே நீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்த தீயே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கருமங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீயினிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி.
Now that we have understood the science behind firewalking, let us now see what modern science has understood about firewalking. The U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, has studied the effects and benefits. It has shown that firewalking increases the levels of happiness and lowers fatigue levels in people who participated in the firewalking compared to those who did not. So now let us look at the next method to protect yourself from COVID-19 as revealed by Devi Parashakti. Applying turmeric on your chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. Let us understand the benefits of neem juice as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism.
Bididi. It is not, I'm not talking from air, I'm talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring. Pouring. Karumari's grace. Wherever we started ashram, nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder. If a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi, embodiment of Karumari, because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend start doing all these activities like applying and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma and taking bath, especially for men, basma, for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both, all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand? Your whole biology thinks. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding, the whole biology thinks. Think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Ajapa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding, your whole biology thinks. Oh. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. Start manifesting power now.
Yes, now that we have understood the benefits of neem juice, let us look at turmeric. And of course, traditionally, turmeric is known for its anti-inflammatory effects, but recently, in the past 2 decades, turmeric has also been shown to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can actually modulate the activation of T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. And this research by the U.S. National Center for Biotechnology shows how turmeric modulates the activation of various immune cells, as well as enhance the body's antibody response. And with a strengthened immune system, you are much more likely to stay healthy and protected from COVID-19. And another report shows that turmeric and neem are both effective against coronavirus, according to a KGMU study. And the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep. And Medical Daily has published the benefits of onion, which includes detoxifying effects. And onion, it's stated that onion contains a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onion their recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents with more than 100 sulfur-containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear. Onion can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease. And this is why it's very well known in Ayurveda for its medicinal uses. And another article reviewing, and a review in the Journal of Phytotherapy has also talked about the onion detoxifying effects, and it states that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which includes anti-carcinogenic properties, anti-platelet activity, and anti-thrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects. And the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti to protect yourself from COVID-19 is being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. So first, let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we might be lost, we might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti, and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird, flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Yes, now that you've understood the science of unclutching, you can spend a few minutes in your day experiencing this beautiful science of unclutching. And whenever you can, you can just sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Have your eyes closed and intensely chant the Mahavakya. Do not engage with any thoughts or emotions. Purely let the space of unclutching manifest in you. Chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can also listen to the Mahavakya on YouTube as well. You can spend as much or as little time as you want experiencing this beautiful space. And once you do that, you can also sign up your Minutes for Peace at kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace, which we will be showing the link for shortly. The next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is to do Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. And a study conducted by the U.S. National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting, has a direct and positive benefit for the physical health and mental well-being. This study correlates the chanting of the Ajaba Ajaba to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. And another study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes how human intentions, words, or thoughts can actually change the molecular structural formation in water. This research clearly depicts how when water is exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to a very pleasant formation, whereas negative sound vibrations or words can actually distort, disfigure, or disintegrate the water molecular formation. So in the next, we will see how water reacts when exposed to words like positive sound vibrations like compassion, thank you, and wisdom, how it becomes this beautiful. And when words like I will kill you, you fool, or heavy metal music is played to water, the molecular formation of water becomes disintegrated or disfigured. So you can imagine what happens inside of your own body, which is composed of up to 60% water, when you chant the Ajaba Ajaba, the chanting of the powerful sacred mantra. And when you do get some time to do the Ajaba Ajaba or the practice unclutching, you can sign up your minutes for at kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace. And no matter how many minutes you practice, you can go ahead and sign up. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that if 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can give such a powerful superconscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity, because all of us are interconnected. We are not all islands. These are fundamental truths. When you start unclutching, Kailasa starts experiencing the joy, the bliss of you unclutching. Nothing goes to waste in this cosmos. So you can go ahead and sign up at kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace when you practice unclutching or the Ajaba Ajaba. So now let us look at the last method revealed by Devi Parashakti, which is being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms in the Ananda Spurana. So just being in the state of the divine, never having to actively remember nor forgetting, but just being in that pure state of oneness. When you're in this space, you will be absolutely protected from COVID-19. Each of these methods revealed by Devi Parashakti is independently powerful enough to protect you from COVID-19. So you can use any of these methods revealed by Devi to protect yourself during this time. And the first method revealed by Devi Parashakti was to pray and meditate upon Devi. So in this next segment, we will be understanding how exactly you can connect to Devi, how you can worship her and offer your love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti through the various offerings. So stay tuned. We will be right back and we'll be entering into the offering segment.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailash is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers, and I hope that each and every one of you had enjoyed the previous segment. Nithyananda, and well of the viewers, I hope that each and every one of you had enjoyed the previous segment on the glimpses into what Devi Parashakti has revealed. Now, we're going to be entering into the offerings segment, where we'll be understanding the various different offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. There's a huge significance and power that lies behind each and every one of these offerings. And Swamiji beautifully promises that until you can manifest your reality as you want it, we will manifest it for you. And this manifestation, this extraordinary spiritual manifestation, is a very deep connection that you can have to the divine, to Devi Parashakti. So yes, now without further delay, let us get started into this segment. And let us first understand, what is the significance of offering? What does it really mean to offer, and why should we do it? Yes. Now first, the offerings are a very beautiful way that you can connect to the divine with pure gratitude. In our day and age, we are continuously asking for more and more in our life. There is so much of consumerism which pervades our society that even Hindus are losing value for the gratitude and offerings of gratitude. And offering of gratitude is a way that you can deeply connect with the divine so much that it literally pervades and literally breaks through any unconsciousness that is stopping you hitting what you want. Now, we can go back to the previous slide and we can chant the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti before entering into this segment. Indunivabedakaravahinayanam syat pankavajavraabhaya japakshasarayuktam Angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjvala manonmani swarupam. And the meaning of this verse says, moon-like face, holding the Vedas, the books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. This is from the Moolagama. It is the Manonmani Dhyanam. Yes. The next verse. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनिं प्रतिदिनं कामत्रदात्रीं शुभाम्. And now we'll just briefly go over the meaning. It says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like the moon and holding the Veda, the lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing the beautiful ornaments, and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods, and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Before we are going into the various offerings that we have, there is a beautiful significance behind offerings of gold. In the Atharva Veda, there's a verse which signifies the offerings of gold. And it says, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. And gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power, of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy. And gold is present in all the scriptures. It has positive thought currents, and it has the power to infuse that positive thought current in anyone who sees it or operates in its vicinity. And gold is present in all scriptures, the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundant, and gold is the most auspicious and purest element which purifies the very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, and ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns of gold and huge archways made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold as well. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya. Saraswati was called the Hiranyavardhani in the Rig Veda and Atharva Veda, respectively. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed in gold and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It literally lasts forever. Now, let us begin with the various different offerings that you have. First is the Ihundi offering. The Ihundi offering is a general donation that you can make for any amount, and never worry that Devi might be picky or might not accept your offering. For this offering, she is the lover of true devotion. And there's a beautiful verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Here, I'll be chanting the verse. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. No, the translation goes, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. there is any fear in the minds of a devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And here it is meant that autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. And we have a couple of associations and meanings of the words that we chanted just now here. Shambhavi is actually the consort of Shambhu. Sharadharadhyam, Sharada or Saraswati. Sharvani means the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana calls Lord Shiva as Sharva in his earth form. And Sharmadhayini is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion through this e-hundi offering, and there are two options that you can proceed with for the offerings, either through the gateway link that is provided or through the YouTube super chat. So now, here is another offering, the Sankalpa chanting. Sankalpa is offering of a very powerful prayer that incorporates your name as well as your family's name and blesses you with so much of auspiciousness. And I'll just be chanting a verse that sings the glory of Devi Parashakti. Tayeta mohate vishwam shaiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushtarudim prayachati. And this verse means the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being craved without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. This is from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. Offering of the Sankalpa, or the conscious resolution, blesses the person who is offering with all of the fruition of their desires and wishes which you're yearning for. Yes. And here we have the next offering, which is the Sahasranama Swarana Kasu. And in the Lalita Sahasranamam in verse 731, Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is an offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, the very special and unique archana which is offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And now I'll be chanting the verse which signifies Devi Parashakti as adoring the pearl. Muktaharanala satkirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Chinjannu purikinkini manidaram padma prabhabasuram Sarvabhita falapradam girisutam vani ramasevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidim. And the verse means, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. You can offer the pearl ring and receive blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all of your business endeavors. And here, the next verse shows the significance of the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa. It really means all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. It should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on, or the mudras and asanas used during the worship includes and involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, or the lotus petal. The lotus is thus considered as a divine flower. In fact, even the Shakti of Paramashiva is called as the lotus, and the base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also called as the lotus, which is about to bloom. You can offer the golden lotus in any size you wish to and be blessed to have the state-based powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation. The next offering is the Swarna Metti, a very sweet, beautiful offering of the golden toe ring. And here is a verse from the Saundarya Lahari, which I'll now be chanting. Nakhadiriti samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. Which means, you whose brightness from your toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So you can offer this toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. And the next offering is the golden hairline jewelry, the Swarna Mantika. This is a very traditional piece of jewelry, and it is signified in the Lalita Sahasranamam also, where it says, Shuddha Sarabi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara Chakra, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. For those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara Chakra is the crown center, represented by a 1,000-petaled lotus. And the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. You can offer this Mantika to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. Now, the next offering we have is the Pratyakshapada Puja. On the Deepavali day is a very, very auspicious day for you to offer the Pratyakshapada Puja to not just the Devi Parashakti, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. This is a very significant day, and offering to the feet of Devi Parashakti and Guru and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the most auspicious thing that you can do. On this day, we'll be offering out of our gratitude for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for reviving Kailasam for all of us to be, for all of us, and for creating a beautiful way, a beautiful home for all of us to practice Hinduism. And you can offer the Pratyakshapada Puja on the 4th of November, coming up in just a few days. So you can sign up for this at tiny.cc/Devi offering. And the Vastra Seva is the next and last offering that we have available for you today. And you can offer the Vastra Seva and receive the blessings of the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. And here we have a summary of all of the different offerings. As you can see, you can make the e-hundi offering for any amount of money, any donation that you'd like to make, whatever is within your capacity. The Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Mekti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Bhakta Seva. And here you can see in the registration form there are two options. One is if you're, and the second is if you have an intention to offer. So if you are intending to offer, perhaps not now, but even at a future date, perhaps on your birthday or on an anniversary when you want to make an offering, and you'd like to register now, make that intention to make an offering, you can go to the registration form at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. If you're ready to make a payment right now, you can go to tiny.cc/devi-offerings. And after the payment is clear, you can ensure that you're filling out the details for the puja at tiny.cc/sankalpa2021. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And now we'll be moving on into the next segment. Briefly, first, we'll just be able to see how you exactly can make a payment. We'll just go over the steps, go to the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings, and we will show you how exactly the payment is made, how easy it is. It's just a 3-step process. Then after that, we'll be going on into the next segments of today's program and understanding from the Adi Kailasa administrators themselves on the on-the-ground happenings of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham. Yes, so as you can see here, this is our first link where you can ensure that you can make the intention to offer. And once you have gotten into this form, you will see that all of the different options that you have, you just have to fill out your details and tell what is the intention, the offering that you'd like to make. It's a very simple form. And once again, this is a form if you'd like to make an intention for making an offering. The next option that you have is if you're ready to make a payment today, if you're ready to make an offering today, you can go to the landing page for the offerings, which is once again, this link is available in the scroll below, and you can go and see this. You just have to select in the drop-down menu the offering that you'd like to make and then add that to your cart. Once it's added to your cart, then you'll be able to proceed to checkout and then proceed to fill out your details. Then you can proceed to the checkout and fill out your details of your credit card information. On this, you can see the different options that you have for which payment method you can use. And as well, there's an option to make a e-hundi donation through the YouTube super chat. And this is a very, very amazing that each and every one of you can have. You can either even pay through Google Pay, or you can make an offering through PayPal as well in this option. And you can directly give if you are joining us on YouTube and you're a member of the YouTube channel. Yes, as you can see here, you can make an offering through the super chat. And there's several people who are making offerings and who are joining us on the live chat. So thank you and Nithyananda. Yes, as you can see, you can make an offering here. Yes, and with this, it brings us to the last form which we have. Yeah. The last form is the Sankalpa Names 2021 form, which is the form for your details. So all of your details will be requested after you are completed with the payment. Yes. So thank you. Now we are coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we are going to be moving on into the next segment, where we have joining with us an administrator from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, and who is going to be giving us how exactly Swamiji has brought so much of breakthrough in the ecosystem in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this segment of Kailasa's multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Chadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment today concerning statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19 pandemic, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19, and United Nations recognizes at another breaking news. United Nations acknowledges the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Kailasa on gender equality. So let's start with the concerning statistics across the world. Today, the people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now let us see some statistics and current news. The Australia reporting high cases amid the third wave. The World Health Organization make a big statement about the Delta variant of COVID-19. And COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19, and now reported as declared as US deadliest pandemic. People infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent a viral transmission indoors. And Delta variant is still most concerning, says the World Health Organization's experts. And in US, COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because 60,000 new infections a day, that's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Center for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. World Economic Forum says the COVID-19 made the world less peaceful, with, you can see in the graph, with the increased violent incidences and fatalities, the COVID-19 making the world less peaceful. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder, what it was in 6 months period before the pandemic, was 11%. And now it rose up to, during the pandemic, in just 1 month, it rose up to 41.1%. The share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic, some more statistics confirming the same, that the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. Before COVID-19 pandemic, depression was 15% and now it rose up to 40.7%. And anxiety was 29% before the pandemic and now it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus or work and avoiding distractions. And 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly understanding the pandemic's impact on working women. Nearly 82% of the women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. And nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned that their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situation. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. In India, a Mumbai mayor says the third wave is already here. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. New COVID variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. So now we are seeing the statistics across the world, how to cope up with current COVID-19 pandemic, which is not only affecting the health, fatalities increasing, mental health, affecting the mental health, especially the younger generation, and making the world less peaceful. It is important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. This pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life, as it had been experienced even back in February 2020, is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with incarnation of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. To join the Kailasa's COVID Care Production Centers, register now through the link below with https://kailasa.org/kailasa care. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and academic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now, let's watch a small clip on making peace with nature. World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at global, national, and global level. And economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow. So does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflict around the world while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contribution for the global health. Vedic tradition beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivana pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona vigagukshate. Isha Upanishad verse 6. That is, the global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village or the whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. So, global peace is the byproduct of individual peace. So, how do we achieve that individual peace, individual bliss? By practicing unquenching, by practicing meditation. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism of the self-transformation is the secret to achieve
Social
global
answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same. I think much worse. Evolution is going to help. Only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means social answer.
Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra. Starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Compared to unclutching, spend more and more in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen. every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lasts all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure. You yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every
Now, I'm going to present the recent proclamations by the United States House of Representatives. Norma Torres confers a certificate of special congressional recognition to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for his global humanitarian contributions, including to the city of Montclair, and thanks to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for keeping the congregation spiritually healthy. Kailasa, Los Angeles, and Montclair, California, has persistently contributed to the community in multifarious ways, and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic through donations to local food banks, free health and wellness programs, classes on yoga and meditation, and empowering ancient Hindu celebrations and events. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the last 27 years with his intense sacrifice and hard work, has been serving the humanity through Kailasa, Los Angeles, and various enlightenment ecosystems in the United States and across the globe as well. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with his untiring hard work, has been progressing the lives of millions of through a range of global humanitarian services and powerful life transforming teachings. Through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Minutes for Peace program, 4.3 billion plus minutes in meditation for world peace has been recorded since 2002, and 1 billion plus free meals have been served globally since last 27 years through his No Hungry Home project. So you can see the proclamation by the state, by the certificate of special congressional recognition. Now I'm going to present to the another proclamation letter for the Diamond Bar City Council conferred a certificate of recognition to Kailas, its persistent multifarious contribution to the community and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic by way of a steady stream of donations to local food banks and free online mental health programs that includes yoga, meditation, and prayer events. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the last 27 years, with his intense sacrifice and hard work, has been serving the humanity through Kailasa, Los Angeles, and various enlightenment ecosystems in the United States and across globe as well. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with his untiring hard work, has been progressing the lives of millions through a range of global humanitarian services and powerful life transforming teachings. Kailasa, Los Angeles offered this certificate at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and is grateful for his continuous, untiring humanitarian efforts. You can see the certificate now. And I'm going to read one more proclamation. The mayor of the city of Plainfield, New Jersey, has conferred a proclamation to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, proclaiming January 3rd, 2022, the incarnation day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kailasa's Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Day, for the continuous and untiring, relentless 27 years of hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for providing a better quantitative and qualitative enlightened life for his millions of adherents across the United States. Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems are present in the United States since 2003. Since then, many temples of Kailasa have flourished in major hubs in Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Houston, Toronto, St. Louis, Columbus, New Jersey, Charlotte, Phoenix, Oklahoma. Through thousands of enlightenment ecosystems, Over 10,000 organic free meals were served. Continuous food bank programs and over 250,000 free programs have been conducted and continuing. You can see the proclamation. And now I'm going to present one more proclamation. The mayor of Dayton, Ohio, has conferred the certificate of recognition for untiring, continuous 27 years of global humanitarian efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and proclaiming January 3rd, 2022, the incarnation day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Kailasa's Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Day. You can see the proclamation letter. And I'll read one more proclamation. This year, the great Navaratri culminated with the end of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's 41st Chaturmasya. The commemorial of this event, a citation was issued and signed by Congressman Anthony Brown, recognizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam's 41st Chaturmasya and his contributions to the community. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received yet another award signed by Congressman Brown in recognition of his services to the Hindu faith and his contributions to Maryland and our nation. You can see the proclamations. You can also see all these proclamations on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. And you can see all these proclamations and read in detail. And I'm going to present another proclamation. The great ancient enlightened civilization of Khijadi, evidence of what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in 2017, discovered 4 years later by humanity in 2021. On July 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed a groundbreaking revelation on the excavation of the Khijadi civilization, while the archaeologists were still trying to find evidences to get more details on its existence. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism challenged the humanity that this was part of the great historic enlightened civilization that was completely built based on Kamik Agama, the main Agama based on which the Pandya kingdom was built and administered. On October 2021, the excavation from Khijadi testified the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revelation from 4 years before. The excavation brought to light a deity of Devi Meenakshi's head, the main deity of Pandya kingdom, and a carving of fish, the symbol of Pandya kingdom. Khijadi is an ancient archaeological site that was first discovered in 2013 but only in 2021 did the first evidence for the existence of the great civilization of the enlightenment ecosystem of Pandya kingdom in Kijadi come to light. You can see the image. Gender justice and right to freedom of opinion and expression. A report by the Adi-Shaivite Minority Tradition, ASMT Hindu community, got published in the United Nations website on www.oschr.org. The breaking news that Kailash, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Kailas's relentless vocal stance on and the tireless hard work towards achieving gender equality in religion and their right to freedom of opinion and expression of all genders will continue despite of the persistent persecution, attacks, intense lawfare and assassination attempts. You can see the screenshots that you can see on the screen of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook profile page of the article published. You can click on that article and read the full article by yourself. The introduction is the human rights situation for women and children is in India is abysmal. Despite tremendous public outcry against crimes against women and children such as rape, sexual violence, gender-based harassment, and female infanticide happen unabated in India. The state of the Republic of India has been either unwilling or unable to curtail these crimes. India is the most dangerous country for sexual violence against women, according to the Thomson Reuters Foundation 2018 survey. According to the National Crimes Records Bureau, the rape of the minor girls increased by 82% in the year of 2016 compared with the previous year. Sexual violence and brutal rape have been weaponized against minority women and children by extremist militant elements at the highest level of governance. This weaponization of sexual violence targeting women and children is part of a more pervasive and systematic campaign targeting certain indigenous spiritual traditions, minority communities, and their leaders, especially those from linguistic and religious minority groups and of dark-skinned people of indigenous spiritual traditions and of it have existed in India for millennia. One such indigenous spiritual tradition currently targeted for extermination by the neo-Hindutva extremist militants is the Hindu Adi Shaiva minority tradition, ASMT, in India. The women and children and young girls of the ASMT community were the most vulnerable target of the neo-Hindutva extremism. The ASMT explicitly rejects extremism of all types. The extremist militant elements are opposed to ASMT stance when it comes to the rights of women, including otherwise marginalized Dalit women and the rights of members of the LGBTQ plus transgendered communities. The neo-Hindutva terrorists, despite despise Hindu women in monastic and priestly roles. The spiritual head of the ASMT has publicly declared himself to be transcendental gender and possessing multiple gender components. The neo-Hindutva extremists see LGBTQ rights as immoral. The ASMT freely ordains women into sannyasa, the monastic order, recognizes 11 genders, and performs specific temple rituals for gay marriages. As per more than 5,000-year-old indigenous spiritual scriptures, the ASMT represents one of the most progressive ideologies and is a target of persecution by the neo-Hindutva extremists. Barriers, challenges, and threats to women in the public sphere face exercising their freedom of opinion and expression online and offline, with the examples of how the freedom of opinion and expression has been abused or approved to undermine women's human rights. Image morphing, deep fake technology to publicly shame women and girls. In the last decade, especially in India, there has been an alarming trend in the mainstream media and social media of sensational screening and manufacture of misinformation and hate speech that is marginalizing minority communities, especially targeting women, with the use of image morphing and deep fake videos. Intricate video of an ASMT actress, Ranjita, was repeatedly and sensationally broadcasted by Sun TV and various media channels to defame her character and to delegitimize her guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. In 2009, a 12-year-old ASMT girl was kidnapped and molested by a neo-Hindutva extremist. The US court sentenced the child rapist to 5 months, 57 months imprisonment. This did not remedy the damage. The child rapist filed several vexatious litigation in India and the US. In the US, these false allegations by the child rapist, such as calling the child as a liar and her parents and community part of a brainwashing cult, etc., were all rejected by the court with a penalty for defamation with cost. This did not deter the neo-Hindutva media from victimizing the child with hours of hate speech on television, for which one Samaya TV was penalized USD 5 million by the US court. Even this has failed to redress the situation. Shaming and sexual objectification of women and girls by media. In India, the neo-Hindutva media ran 14,000 hours of hateful programs marginalizing ASMT actress Ranjita, ASMT nuns, ASMT women, and girls who had been raped by the neo-Hindutva militants. The neo-Hindutva media publicly addressed them as brainwashed, sodomized disciples, witches, prostitutes, cult worshippers, sex slaves, and also published violence inciting prejudicial narratives such as hang the Sin Swami, Hindu monks and nuns, etc. Previously, before the sensational release of the doctored video, the senior and aged female monks who used to attend phone calls of devotees seeking spiritual counseling were faced to pick up phone calls demanding prostitution from them. Several media houses continue to publish such defamatory articles, causing marginalization of the age-empty women and girls and dangerously inciting mob violence and rape against them. People have resorted to violence after reading or watching such material, as perpetrators have directly commented on the online versions of these media clips, openly accepting that they have hit one Nithyananda people, and also suggesting others to do the same by saying, I request everyone to hit them nicely. Even don't show courtesy for women in Nithyananda ashram. They are the most dangerous. Such targeted persecution of Hindu nuns and female religious leaders is not limited to the ASMT but is aimed at destroying the rights of indigenous female spiritual leaders. Vexatious litigations have been used to persecute female spiritual leaders of minority communities on absurd allegations of indecent dressing, booking it under anti-superstition laws. Shaming of Hindu female monks for expressing their disciplehood as a father-daughter relationship with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The media targeted ASMT minor girls by publishing their pictures in the national newspapers with the vulgar captions. Young ASMT female with their guru, the spiritual guide and leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by entire cover page and several pages of yellow tabloids being dedicated to malign sacred sentiments of disciplehood. The media published fake interviews of ASMT actress Ranjita, defaming her for being a disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Nakir and Gopal and other media heads pressured Ranjita to commit suicide and circulated false news of the same in media as rumor. You can see the pictures where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, with a girl child of a pre-monastic family member. On right, as part of the festival of Navaratri, a young ASMT girl waiting for Kumari Puja, a ritual where Devi Parashakti, the primordial Hindu divinity of and supreme god, is invoked in a small girl. The puja worship is offered to her as how one would physically offer puja if God appears in the form, including washing her feet and feeding her with all the sweets and favorite naivedyam, the food offerings. The ASMT as a tradition fundamentally respects women as embodiments of divine mother goddess, and it is extremely painful for the community to witness this smear campaign on ASMT women. This smear campaign is not just limited to ASMT women, ASMT female monks, but the most vulnerable target of this persecution are the ASMT girls, especially those minor girls who pursue religious studies to become nuns. Many ASMT girls who have now grown up to become nuns had grown up in the lap of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and strongly relate with him not just as a guru but a father figure also. As per the law in India, Hindu nuns are allowed to have the name of their guru in the place of their father in their passports. It is not just extremely traumatizing for these girls to be sexually linked with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but the Indian media, it deeply undermined their freedom of expressing themselves as the divine mother figure, what their community sees up to them as. Yellow tabloids have specifically targeted the minor ASMT girls, mentioning their name and age, while profanely addressing these girls as cult worshippers. Some media houses like Samaya TV, previously owned by the members of the BJP, have been penalized up to the USD 5 million for such poisonous defamation. However, other politically owned media houses chose to continue this hate propaganda because there is no accountability of media in India. Image morphing, deep fake technology to publicly shame women and girls. Although there are many instances of attacks against followers of the ASMT and the spiritual leader, a particular focus of attacks has been fabricated video of 2010 of the ASMT actress Ranjita. The forensik examinations have shown the video to be fabricated. The superimposing videos of the two individuals. Intolerance has existed since prehistoric times. However, only in the past few decades, with the advancements in the technology, it has taken the form of fabricated videos. A comparison can be drawn to this practice in China of Falun Gong, a spirituality-based sect of exercises. Like the ASMT, the practice is an updating of ancient traditions. In the case of Falun Gong, Buddhism, Taoism, and the Qi Gong exercises. Like the ASMT practice has a particular modern appeal. In the case of Falun Gong, health benefits like the ASMT, the practice was targeted by those jealous of its success. In the case of Falun Gong, the CPC, like the ASMT, the targeting in part took the form of a fabricated video. In the case of Falun Gong, the video pretending to show practitioners of Falun Gong self-immolating, putting themselves on fire. Like the ASMT, the video was aimed at a major appeal of the practice. In the case of Falun Gong, its health benefits. In 2020, those victimizing through video, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition and its spiritual leader were completely unaware of the Falun Gong and its victimizing video. The propagandas used to persecute the ASMT and Falun Gong are not entirely similar either. But what we are witnessing in the 21st century is the almost infinite ingenuity of humanity to adopt technology developed for human betterment to oppression and destruction. Distinct challenges faced by those who experience multiple and interesting forms of discrimination. Law is not respected in India. An ASMT female monk from Dalit origin, Ma Nithyananda Swami, has faced intersecting discrimination for multiple reasons. First, ASMT origin. Second, Dalit origin. Third, female monk, a nun. Third, Nithyananda Swami heads the Tamil language publication department of an ASMT monastery. On 9 May 2010, she and her team were addressed as sex slaves by Tamil Yellow tabloid writer Charu Nivedita. She filed a defamation case against the magazine and writers, which has been pending in the courts for a decade. No legal recourse available in India. Even if she wins the case, it would be useless, as in India, court orders are not executed by the government executive, especially in absence of political motivation. The Indian government and the Indian state departments are perceived as one of the most corrupt in the world. The mainstream Indian media and social media influences exercise a massive influence on the masses and even the court judges. The media is easily able to sway public opinion and even of judges. In a court proceeding directly involving the ASMT, the court explicitly mentioned how the court was prone to prejudice by the negative media propaganda through media can influence the judiciary in India, the court judgments are truthless in curbing the media's hate propaganda. Neo-Hindutva media willfully dishonors court orders without any consequence. The age-70 actress Ranjita, the victim of celebrity deepfake, petitioned in the Karnataka High Court and all available forums for several years. Although the court ordered in her favor restraining the misinformation and telecast of fabricated deepfake videos. The Neo-Hindutva media kept pushing the implementation of the order to various quasi-legal institutions, self-regulatory bodies run by the media itself. Finally, the media self-regulatory quasi-legal body, the NBSA, ordered its member channels to remove fabricated defamatory videos from their websites. None of the media houses complied with the order and kept re-uploading, re-telecasting the same footage and continue the misinformation propaganda to date. Any complaint on media in the High Court is redirected to NBSA, BCC, or other such bodies which do not even have a website listing their policies to self-regulate. The NBSA as a self-regulatory body is truthless and is known to disregard its own guidelines and orders even when the member channels ridicule and shame dead celebrities. The NHRC, National Human, maintained silence on the subject and pushed the responsibility on the state executive. A politically owned Neo-Hindutva media channel aired a media report where it accused the ASMT leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, of raping his own biological mother, a Hindu nun, on the occasion of his father's sad demise. The channel went on to justify their sadist sexual objectification of Hindu nuns, terming it as unbiased reporting. Indian courts are unwilling or unable in protecting ASMT women, especially nuns and children. Legal recourse outside India is inaccessible to most. The Indian media kept marginalizing the ASMT nuns and girls with the defamatory sexualized allegations. In 2017, the US court penalized a Neo-Hindutva media to the tune of 5 million USD for civil conspiracy and defamation targeting the ASMT community. This is the largest penalty against any Indian media. This did not remedy the damage as other media channels and journalists continued to the smear campaign. The Election Commission, Indian media is the most corrupt and least accountable. The Election Commission, a constitutional body of India, reported more than 1,400 identified cases of paid news between 2009 and 2013, during which elections were held in 17 states of India. The rise of paid news, the report says, has undermined the essence of a democratic process. But the document submitted to the Lok Sabha, lower house of the parliament, on May 2013 generated a little media coverage. The central government of India Income Tax Department published a report in the Supreme Court of India showing how the media was involved, unethical and biased journalism, for money laundering, and how media was involved in the 2G spectrum scam worth INR 1.75 trillion. Ministers of the DMK political party who are also the owners of the channel Sun TV, had their assets worth of INR 7 billion impounded by the state for their involvement in. This did not neither remedy the situation nor deterred the channel from stopping its criminal activities. Sections of the media that are politically owned in India. Sections of media that are politically owned in India have weaponized rape to publish minority communities such as the ASMT using three forms of terrorism: media terrorism, using the misinformation campaign, defamation, hate speech, and incitement of violence. Second, militant terrorism by assaulting and raping their target by associated militants. Third, the legal terrorism by filing vexatious litigations and using state machinery for malicious persecution of the community. Media and militant terrorism. The chief operations officer of the Sun TV, a politically owned media house run by the DMK party, gave a media interview and affidavit in the US court acknowledging the detailing the history, blackmail and extortion followed by the channel, particularly in targeting the ASMT community and its leader, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by 1200 hours of propaganda. On 3rd March 2010, 9 a.m., 100 militants hired by the Sun TV and DMK entered the Bangalore monastery, ambushed the resident hut of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, pushed him inside the hut and set it on fire. The same day, 3rd March 2010, around 11 a.m., a different crew, militants and journalists of the Sun TV portrayed that the local ASMT Ayurvedic hospital and temple were set on fire and aired it live, following which they came to the spot and to set the hospital on fire. With the help of a friendly policeman's protection, Dr. S. Chandran Srinitha Sarvananda, the head of the hospital, questioned the crew of journalists and militants why the channel was portraying that the hospital had been set on fire. They replied that they were late to arrive at the scene because their car got punctured, admitting that before they could set the hospital on fire, they and captured it on camera. The Sun TV aired stock footage. Political ownership by the state executive imparts media complete impunity from the any legal resource. On 9th March 2013, journalists and militants of the Suvarna TV have gone live on national television holding swords and given the threat to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Despite the video evidence, the local police refused to register any formal complaint. A city magistrate registered the FIR. The case was dismissed despite video evidence and telecast on national television. I can see on 7th June 2012, Mani Nithyananda Swami protecting herself with a chair while Suvarna TV channel journalists and associated Now Nirmana Sena militants molest and attempt to rape her. Mani Achalananda Swami on 8th June 2012, molested and grouped by Suvarna TV channel journalists and associated Now Nirmana Sena militants. On 7th June 2012, the BJP-owned Suvarna TV chief editor Ajit and the militants sexually assaulted female monks, beat up ASMT members present on the campus. They gang raped the ASMT nun Mani Nithyananda Swami. This criminal act was live broadcasted on national and regional television. 28th October 2015, an ASMT female monk was molested and escaped an attempted rape by the new Hindutva militant who was declared innocent in a subsequent court trial. Nithyananda Swami was watching her sister monks being raped and denied forced to flee India because of blackmail by terrorists threatening her to withdraw the case. The case filed by the ASMT nun is still pending in courts as of 2021. In the same attack of June 2012, Manta Achalananda Swami was also sexually and physically assaulted by Ajit and other militants who groped her chest and recorded it on camera to blackmail her and used it to publicly shame her. The summons issued by the court for Ajit to appear has not been delivered by the police. On the contrary, the police registered the false FIR against the ASMT community based on the Ajit vexatious complaint, which was dismissed by the court only a year later in 2013, with the High Court terming abuse of process of law. This did not remedy the damage, and the state directly engaged in malicious persecution. June 2018, young female nun Ma Nithyananda received death threats over the phone for voicing out against defamatory sexualization of a Hindu female saint, Andal, by politically owned media. Several obscene mock videos depicting Ma Nithyananda and ASMT children were uploaded on social media by unknown groups. On 17 September 2013, the Karnataka State Department of Women and Children forcibly, cruelly, and illegally interrogate children in the ASMT school, that is Gurukul. The interrogation was done without the consent of the parents, with no video recording of the examiners late night beyond the time permissible by the law. The state interrogators shamed and ridiculed the children, particularly girls, for their dress, pressured them to quit their spiritual religious lifestyle, and forced children to eat unhealthy substances, avoiding the ASMT lifestyle. The lawyer of the school was sued by the state for intervening the violation of the rights of children and parents. Several such raids were done by the state, and many vexatious legal proceedings and orders were executed by the state to forcefully shut down the school. While the recommendations, while the use of the information and communities technology has contributed to empowerment of women and girls, its use has also generated new forms of violence against women and girls. The use conventional and societal for neglecting, stereotyping, and persecution of women and girls, especially from marginalized communities, should be studied, added to the scope of women observatories, and brought to check. Apart from the discrimination based on gender, race, sexual orientation, hate speech such as dehumanization, other forms of hateful and degrading expression of free speech should be brought under check by social media and internet intermediaries. The victims of the new form of persecution, which involves a deep fake and sophisticated smear campaign, should be supported by the condemnation of the violence and propaganda waged against them. The use of the deepfake videos for targeting women should be brought to check and condemned internationally. Laws or policy framework to check cross-media and political ownership. As seen by the case of Jamal Khashoggi's assassination, there is a need to protect journalists internationally. At the same time, criminal syndicates in the guise of media houses such as in India need to be checked from the using grab of freedom of speech for engaging in terrorism. Cross-media holding can be explained as holding more than the one medium businesses by a single person. In India, incidentally, approximately 499 channels are being provided by 11 distributors. The dominance of Sun TV in cable, satellite TV, and now in the DTH market is quite visible. Unlike India, there are certain rules in the United Kingdom related to cross-media holdings, such as a person can only own 20% of the channel licenses and 3 licenses. Any national newspaper is not more than 20% of the market share. A person who is holding 20% of shares of national newspapers is prohibited from holding more than 20% shares of the national newspapers market, sometimes known as the 2020 rule. The situation in India is, however, very different from that of the United Kingdom. It is seen that in India, there is no common policy related to ownership or cross-media. Laws and policy frameworks to check cross-media ownership and political ownership of media would help mitigate a part of the situation in India. Tribal and indigenous girls should be protected from detribalization and persecution by the state, as highlighted in this report. This persecution is often difficult to understand in the guise of women empowerment and children and child protection, which is essentially a new form of the civilizing mission. Recommended reading report on rights of indigenous women submitted to the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Stop Detribalization of the indigenous girls in the name of modernization. I can see the various supporting articles as references. With this, we are going to move on to the next part of our program after a very short break. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Kashi विवेक्षणि काङ्क्षित साक्षित सर्वकृते शुभजन शाश्वत मानस भावित कामित याचित पूर्णकृते सुकर सुखीकृत दुष्कर नाश कृते जननि मुकित क्रोध कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय माम् अपराजित शक्ति देहजिते शुभवरदे विभवे विमले कमले कमलाम्बुज पादयुते कर कमले करुणानिलये कमलाक्षयुते करशूलधृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय सहित स्मरणस्तर सुष्वरनाद च मे हृदये शिव शिव शब्द निनाद मृदङ्ग श्रुते कुरु नृत्य ममाधिपते शिव नटराज समेत हिताण्डवलास्य कृते शिव हर्ष कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय माम् बहु अवतार कृते जनपालित शासित भूमि पवित्र कृते युग शम्भविते सकल नित्यानन्द रूप शरीर कृते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्य नुते परमशिवेश्वरि नित्य महेश्वरि नित्य कलामयि नित्य नुते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि
ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொண்டிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே அண்டமெங்கும் வாழுகின்ற தேவியும் நீயே இந்த பிண்டத்திலும் வாழுகின்ற ஆவியும் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே குண்டத்திலே தீயனவே சிரிப்பவள் நீயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே யோக தண்டத்தையும் தந்த நித்திய ஞானத்தின் தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி நித்யானந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
தக்க நடராஜா தக்க திம்மி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்கதி
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவசமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மத்யமாம் अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailashians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, Sarvagnya Pita Manifestors, Sarva Parityagis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas e-Gurukul students, Kailasas NHU students, Kailasas ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals and supporters, and Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you, everyone sitting with us all over the world, and all those watching live on Kailasa TV, Kailasas Nithyananda TV, Kailasas HN TV, and other social media platforms all over the world through YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and every other social media platform. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Vijayadashami day. My blessings to all of you, the whole universe. On this auspicious Vijayadashami day, I'll reveal the cosmic signs of Shaktis. Listen to it intensely. You will receive not only knowledge but experience. So you can start living it, manifesting it, enjoying it. On this auspicious Vijayadashami day, all the blessings to all of you sitting with us everywhere, every corner of the world, and from all lokas of the universe. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva Avatara, today successfully I have completed the 41st Chaturmasya on this incarnation. Blessings to every one of you on this auspicious occasion. Now, listen to the cosmic signs, cosmic revelations, ultimate sacred secrets related to the Shaktis. Understand, the modern day science is able to understand using the human mind the four forces. Listen. Modern day science is able to understand four forces using human mind. One, gravitation, the power of gravity, gravitation power. Second, electromagnetic force. Third, weak nuclear force. Fourth, strong nuclear force. I want to give you some of the powerful sacred secrets, revelations to all of you, so you can understand these powers and forces in the higher level, from the higher dimensions. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda is happening in Pindanda. Whatever is happening in macrocosm is happening in microcosm. If you understand the laws of gravity, all the laws related to gravity, all the understandings human mind reach about gravity, you can easily understand the greed happening inside you. Greed and gravity is one and the same. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Listen. Greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. If you map all the understandings you have about gravity on your greed, and all the understandings you have about the principle of greed on the principle of gravity, you will have powerful insights about your life. Gravitating is nothing but greed for more. Greed for more. Listen carefully. The greed for more happening in the macrocosm is gravity. The gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. Study all the principles related to gravitation in every level, whether Newton's initial level theories or Einstein's quantum level theories or the modern day recent parallel universe parallel life understandings and revelations. Study all of it. Map all of it to your greed. How your greed functions. How becomes active or passive, aggressive or regressive, how it exists, how it manifests, how it manipulates, how it becomes life positive, sometimes life negative. Understand? How you attract, you gravitate what you want towards your life, you will be empowered with the knowledge, science, power of manifesting what you want. If you understand principle of gravity and map it to the principle of greed. Listen. Listen intensely. Listen deeply. I sincerely recommend and request all of you to study a little bit about gravity with this clarity, with this context. How the gravity happening in the macrocosm and the greed happening in the microcosm is one and the same. You will realize many deep sacred secrets, powerful revelations about greed. If you know the inner nuances, sacred secrets about the greed, you will simply know how to manifest it, how to gravitate what you want in your life, and why you are gravitating even things which you don't want in your life. You will understand your life, what is happening in microcosm, in your existence, more clearly, deeply, and you will also gravitate what you want, and you will stop gravitating what you don't want. For that, understanding gravitation as per the science happening in the macrocosm, able to map it to your microcosm. Listen. I am repeating. Gravity happening in the macrocosm and greed happening in the microcosm both function on the same principles, on the same cosmic law, on the same truths, on the same foundation. So, listen intensely. Today's satsang is a very powerful message about the science of Shaktis. Listen to it at least 5 times. Only then you will be able to grasp the whole thing. Only then you will be able to enjoy, be able to internalize the whole thing. Only then you will be able to manifest it as an experience. So now, listen. The first understanding about gravity and greed. As I said, greed happening in the macrocosm is gravity. Gravity happening in the microcosm is greed. That's the first principle. First understanding. The second force is electromagnetic force. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force, and electromagnetic force happening in microcosmic level is fear. Understand? All the principles human mind knows about the fear. All the laws, principles, science, human mind knows about the electromagnetic force. Apply them to the fear you experience in your microcosm. You will realize so many deeper level truths about fear. You will just conquer fear, and you will know how to use fear in your life. Listen. All the understandings you have about fear, map it to electromagnetic force. You will have more understanding. You may even land in new understandings, revelations, inventions, discoveries related to electromagnetic force. You may discover new laws, principles, reach new level of understanding about the electromagnetic force. If you reveal, if you map all your internal understandings about fear, if you map all the scientific understandings, revelations, principles about electromagnetic force on fear, you will have more understanding about fear. And all the understandings you have about fear, if you map it on electromagnetic force, you will have more understanding about electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in macrocosm is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Electromagnetic force happening in microcosm, inside your system, is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is electromagnetic force. Let me repeat. Gravity, gravitating, happening in microcosm is greed. Greed happening in the macrocosm, cosmos, is gravity. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Listen. Just these two principles, any of you start analyzing, mapping, organizing, easily you will get Nobel Prize. Because there is so much Eastern science, Upanishads, revealed about fear and greed. There is so much the modern science has analyzed and understood about gravity and electromagnetic force. Many things will complement each other. Many of the understandings about force and gravitation force by the modern science, if you map them to the understandings about fear and greed by the Upanishads and Agamas, the Hindu scriptures, you will land on many revelations, discoveries, understandings, powers in the inner world and in the outer world, in microcosm and in the macrocosm. What I am revealing is some of the fundamental principles, fundamental discoveries. This Chaturmasya, whole 4 months, I spent in such intense samadhi. Whatever Paramashiva has revealed to me in this intense samadhi, I am revealing it to all of you now. Gravity in microcosm is greed. Greed in macrocosm is gravity. Electromagnetic force in microcosm is fear. Fear in macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Third force human mind decoded is weak nuclear force. Listen, weak nuclear force. Powerful cognitions happening in microcosm is the weak nuclear force. Listen. Listen, I am repeating. In microcosm, the powerful cognitions you experience are the equivalent to weak nuclear force. In the cosmos, macrocosmic level, when powerful cognitions are revealed by cosmos to cosmos, when it manifests powerful cognitions, that is the weak nuclear force. The weak nuclear force manifesting in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions manifesting in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. All the laws, principles related to weak nuclear force, take them and map to your powerful cognitions. When you manifest powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Map it. You will have so much understanding and revelations. Whenever you get the powerful cognitions, what happens in you? Observe that. Observe that. Absorb and observe. Map that into the macrocosmos, the macrocosmic principles of weak nuclear force. You will have so much understanding, revelation about the weak nuclear force. Whenever you get a powerful cognition, a powerful inspiration, like unclutching, understanding about unclutching is the powerful cognition. What happens to you? In the microcosmic level, it is actually equivalent to the weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Whatever happens to you, whenever you get the powerful cognitions inside you, map that understandings to the weak nuclear force. You will have more revelations, inventions, discoveries about the weak nuclear force. And whatever you know, science knows about the weak nuclear force, map them to your powerful cognitions. You will have so much revelations inside, and you will be able to manifest so many powers inside. The greed in you is equivalent to gravity in the universe. The fear in you is equivalent to electromagnetic force in the universe. The powerful cognitions you experience is equivalent to weak nuclear force in the universe. All common practicing Hindus reach up to this 3 level. The 4th, strong nuclear force. Strong nuclear force is equivalent to initiation. Initiation, diksha, by an incarnation, living incarnation. Listen. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is diksha, initiation. Diksha, initiation happening in the macrocosmic level is strong force. Every principle, understanding, ideas, scientific revelations you know about the strong nuclear force, map them to the microcosmic experience of initiation, you will have so much of understanding, clarity, revelations about the power of initiation. You will be able to absorb initiation more and use initiation more. Get the best out of initiation. Same way, everything you know about the power of initiation in the microcosmic level, map it to the strong nuclear force of macrocosmic level. You will have not just new discoveries, inventions, revelations, new principles. You will be empowered to use the strong nuclear force in the macrocosmic level also. You can use just Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, to build your body internally, externally as you want, without the help of anything else. Because sun salutation, Surya Namaskar, is nothing but using strong nuclear force of the sun to empower the microcosm you are carrying. Surya Namaskar is a direct initiation from Surya. Listen. I will repeat. Greed is equivalent to gravity. Fear is equivalent to electromagnetic force. Powerful cognitions are equivalent to weak nuclear force, soft nuclear force, soft nuclear power. Initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly is equivalent to strong nuclear force. Listen. Now I am initiating all of you. So listen. Gravity happening in the microcosmic level is greed. Greed happening in the macrocosmic level is gravity. Electromagnetic force happening in the microcosmic level is fear. Fear happening in the macrocosmic level is electromagnetic force. Weak nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is powerful cognitions. Powerful cognitions happening in the macrocosmic level is weak nuclear force. Strong nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level is initiation by me, Paramashiva, directly, and initiation by Paramashiva directly happening in the macrocosmic level is strong nuclear force. Understand these four forces. Human mind was able to decode through science. Science was able to decode through human mind. Now I am revealing the fifth force, fifth power. Listen. The fifth one is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness. I'll define it elaborately. I'll explain it elaborately. Listen. You all know about greed. It's too easy to know. Fear. You all know the fundamental definitions and understandings about fear. Powerful cognitions. Almost all practicing Hindus will know the principle of powerful cognitions. When you get powerful insights, revelations from Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana, and it clicks with you inside, becomes Atma Pramana. That's what I call powerful cognitions. Those powerful cognitions are like weak nuclear force. And all my disciples, you know the power of initiation. The initiation is strong nuclear force. These four fundamental principles, powers, you all know. Now I am giving you the revelations, sacred secrets about the next fifth force. There are actually 14 forces. I will reveal the fifth force now. Fifth force is power of consciousness. Power of consciousness means just knowing the truth. Paramashiva is there not because you believe. It's a truth. Paramashiva is real, is truth. It is simply conscious. As uniqueness is the reality, the existence of Paramashiva is real. The principle with which Paramashiva operates this universe is real. His existence is real. The principle with which he operates is real. The principle of Paramashiva is called Linga, Dharma. Listen. Just knowing the reality is consciousness. Just knowing the reality happening in microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real, is consciousness. When you experience the fifth force, the conscious power, then I can reveal the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth forces. Before you experience the fifth force, if I start revealing the sixth, seventh, it may just go above your head. The sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. Revelations about these forces, I am going to do it as classes and programs for the committed disciples, not economically, but consciously. Sincere seekers that need not be revealed to people who are not that interested. It should be revealed to people who are really committed and interested. Let me first reveal these 5 forces and make this as an initiation and experience, conscious experience to all of you. Whether you are just ordinary clerk doing a regular, or a beggar in the street, homeless person in the roadside, or statesman ruling a nation, a powerful personality, influencer in the field of entertainment or music, politics, religion, society, in any level you may be, whoever you may be. Understanding about these 5 forces will enrich your life, empower your life, enlighten you. Enlighten you. Everything science decoded related to gravitation, the gravity, using the human mind, map it to your microcosmic level experience called greed. You will be empowered how to gravitate what you want and how not to gravitate what you don't want. Everything modern science has decoded about electromagnetic force, internalize, map it to the fear you experience in the microcosmic level, insecurities you go through, fears you go through. Map all those principles related to electromagnetic force to the experience of fear in your life, in your being. You will have so much clarity about fear. You will know how to use fear, how not to get affected by fear, how not to get affected by insecurities, how not to become life negative due to fears. I tell you, last 4 months, this Chaturmasya, being in the space of Paramashiva and Parashakti, Paramashiva darshans, Paramashakti darshans, continuously, all the great things Paramashiva revealed to me, Paramashakti revealed to me, I am revealing it to all of you now, sharing it with all of you now. Maybe in next few satsangs, I can bring some of the principles of gravitation force, gravity, and map it and show you how the greed functions in you. And same way, some of the principles, revelations about greed by Upanishads, map it to gravitation and give you the deeper new revelations and principles and theories. New discoveries, new inventions about the gravitation principle. This will empower you in the outer world and enlighten you in the inner world, in both level. In both level, it will empower you and enlighten you. Understand? Same way, all the principles science has decoded about the electromagnetic forces. If you map it to the fears and insecurities and phobias you go through, you will become so clear about fear and the effects of fear in your life. Then you will know how to use fear and not to get used by fear. How to master fear. How not to be slave for fears and insecurities. Understand? When you get caught in fear and insecurities and phobias, you become life negative. Not only you commit suicide, you kill your consciousness. You see, suicide is not just destroying your body. You become Brahmarakshas after that. It's not that just when you destroy the body, everything ends. No. You can't end because you are eternal. Even if you kill your body, you don't have death. It's a truth. Suicide is actually just like cutting some limbs of your body. If you just cut your hand, you think everything will end? No, it is only going to be more painful. Same way, destroying your body is only destroying part of you. You can't destroy yourself. It is impossible. You exist. No one can destroy you, including yourself. That's a great boon you have. That's a good news. That's not bad news. You just need to understand how the fear, insecurity, phobias pushes you into life negativity. And get out of it. That's all. So listen. If you know how to map principles of gravitation, principles of electromagnetic force, principles of weak nuclear force, principles of strong nuclear force into your microcosmic level, simply you know how to manifest powers. the science of power manifestation will just become reality in you if you just know how to map these 4 powers to your microcosmic level happenings. I'll repeat. The gravitation happening in the microcosm, when it happens in the, listen. Gravitation, which is happening in the macrocosm, when it happens in microcosm, it's greed. Electromagnetic force happening in the macrocosm, when it is happening in your microcosm, it is called fear. Weak nuclear force happening in the macrocosm, when it happens in the microcosm, it's called powerful cognitions. Example for powerful cognitions is unclutching, complete completion, sahaja samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi. All these are powerful cognitions. That's a weak nuclear force happening in the microcosmic level. Initiation happening in the microcosmic level is strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level. Strong nuclear force happening in the macrocosmic level, the same thing when it is happening in the microcosmic level, it's called initiation by me, by an incarnation, by Paramashiva directly. When Paramashiva initiates the microcosm, it is Diksha. When Paramashiva initiates the macrocosm universe, it's called strong nuclear force. The 5th is the 5th principle, 5th power, 5th force is consciousness. The example for consciousness is Paramashiva is real, not because you have greed to get what you want from Paramashiva, not because you have fear and Paramashiva should protect you, not because you want to use Paramashiva as a powerful cognition and enrich your life, not because you want to get initiation from Paramashiva and empower yourself. Paramashiva is real because he is real. That is consciousness. He is real beyond all these 4. That is consciousness. That is consciousness. Paramashiva is real, happening in microcosmic level is consciousness happening. Paramashiva is real, happening in the macrocosmic level is the reality of Paramashiva. Existence of Paramashiva. Existential principle or principal existence of Paramashiva. The principal, primordial, Adi, original, source existence of Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is the primordial, primal, original, Adi, source existence, principle of reality, the real principle, fundamental principle of the cosmos, Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva happening in the macrocosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva happening in the microcosmic level is consciousness. Consciousness happening in the macrocosmic level is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real. Is consciousness. This is the fifth force, fifth power. Power of reality. Power of existence. Power of consciousness. Today, I am introducing these 5 forces, the principles about 5 forces, and initiating all of you, empowering all of you, consciously enlightening all of you. In further satsangs, I will map how the gravitation can be mapped to greed, how the electromagnetic force can be mapped to fear, how the weak nukes can be mapped to powerful cognitions, how the strong nuclear principles can be mapped to initiation, empower you, all of you, enlighten all of you more and more, and also will reveal the power of consciousness. If you travel through the same logic, gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, you can easily take a jump into consciousness. Science can explore consciousness if they travel this path, because by the time they travel this path and understand these 4 powers, they will understand the uniting principle. So they will know the road to travel from first to second, second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. Science can use consciousness for betterment of the human life on this planet Earth. If they can understand these principles step by step, step by step, step by step, and get involved into knowing the reality, I know, especially for my disciples, this satsang is a feast, maybe 10-course full meal. You need to watch this satsang at least 5 times. And I want each one of you to do little Google research. Study the fundamentals about gravity and greed. What modern day science says about gravity and what Upanishads reveal about greed. What modern day science say about electromagnetic force and what Upanishads reveal about fear. What modern day science reveals about weak nuclear force and what Upanishads reveal about powerful cognitions, what modern day science reveals about strong nuclear force, and what Upanishads reveal about initiation, diksha. Modern day science reveals about consciousness. I think modern day science is yet to decode about consciousness. But what Upanishads reveal about consciousness? Understand, map it, internalize it, have Vakyartha Sadas. You will simply start manifesting more and more powers, more and more enlightenment. The quality of your living enlightenment will just shoot up. And you will understand Hinduism is real, most scientific religion. It's literally beyond science. It can lead science to the next level. Any one of you, especially my disciples, most of you are exposed to modern day science and this ancient science I'm revealing. If you start mapping, analyzing, you will discover so many principles related to external world and internal world. Simply you will get Nobel Peace Prize or Nobel Prizes. In many fields, not just peace. In many fields, you will get Nobel Prize. Maybe there will be a time many of you will be receiving Nobel Prizes for revealing many principles, sacred secrets from the principle, from the truths I am revealing in these satsangs. There is so much to tell. There is so much to tell. I will reveal them step by step in further satsangs. And classes and sessions and programs for committed disciples. Understand? What's the difference between a viewer, common practicing Hindu, and committed disciple? A commonly practicing Hindu is integrated to these great truths. No doubt. He starts practicing. He may fail and succeed. He may go ups and downs, but he will revive himself, rebuild himself, practice, struggle, manifest. A committed disciple is not just individually integrated, he takes the response for collective integrity. He wants to be part of this Kailasa ecosystem. Collective integrity. And take this to the whole world. Make whole world benefit from this. I am looking for those kind of people who are interested in taking collective integrity, responsibility for collective integrity. I am looking for those beings who wants to take responsibility for collective integrity and gather all of you and form the government of Kailasa to the government of Kailasa, I will reveal the deeper truths and sacred secrets about the sixth force, seventh force, eighth force, ninth force, 10th force, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th forces. There are 14 forces, powers. These 5, I have revealed it to everyone. From 6th, I'll be revealing, initiating, empowering, enlightening people who want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, making this greater science called Hinduism useful to the whole universe. So if you are interested in becoming part of Kailasa government, want to take the responsibility for collective integrity, you can declare your commitments through the social media now, either through YouTube live chat or Facebook live comments, Twitter live messages. You can put your comments. Whoever wants to take up the responsibility for collective integrity of taking this science to the whole universe, want to spend your time. I am not looking for people with the treasure or people with the talent. I am looking for people who are ready to spend their time to take the responsibility for collective integrity. So you can take this science to the world and enrich the world, empower the world, let the whole world enjoy. Loka samasta sukino bhavantu. You can put your comments, commitments. People who are part of the Kailasa government already, Adinavasis, Sannyasis, enrichers, casters, they will call you, connect with you. Let us form a larger government team of Kailasa who wants to take the responsibility for collective integrity. To them, I will share the next level powers, so you can take this. You can also enjoy, you can take this to the whole world. So this is the message on this Vijayadasami, auspicious Vijayadasami day. Let the victory be on all of us by the grace of Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva shower victory on all of us. Now, I bring not only the initiation as the living representation, living manifestation of Paramashiva, I bring consciousness of Paramashiva to everyone who is connected to me now, sitting all over the universe. sit with your Atmalinga in your palms. You will receive the consciousness. Paramashiva himself manifesting and showering the powers related to gravity, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and consciousness. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Let everyone experience the cosmic Kundalini, Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. Paramashiva, awakening in all of us. I'll give you a few minutes if you want to call your family, friends, everyone for initiation. Call all of them, your pets, your kids, your family. Get all of them. Get the Atmalinga. Settle down. I'll give the initiation now. I'll start the initiation now. Whoever wants to commit to take the collective responsibility, you can put your messages in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, in all the social media platforms. We are live, and gather your family, friends, your pets, kids, all with their Atmalinga for the initiation. If you don't have Atmalinga, you can pick up any stone, a small stone, and keep it in your hand. I'll energize that, do Prana Pratishta of that stone into Atmalinga, and bring conscious initiation to all of you. We'll start the initiation now. Please sit straight. Keep the Atmalinga in your hand. Just remember this one Paramashiva is real. He is manifesting now as this Nijavatara in all of you. In every one of us, He Himself is manifesting. This is simple truth. Reality, not utility or just powerful cognition. It's utility also, powerful cognition also, but above all that, it is reality, truth. Sit straight. You can keep your eyes open or closed, but keep the Atmalinga in your hand. It can touch the Anandagandha, just space below the heart, above the navel, and sit for the conscious initiation. Om Paramashiva. Om Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
Sanadi போற்றி, சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி, நேயத்தே நின்றறிமலனடி போற்றி, ஆயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி, சீரார் பெருந்துரை நம் தேவனடி போற்றி, ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி. ஈசனே சிந்தை கவனம் நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் கூட்டிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் வந்து
பரமசிவ 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 பரமசிவ.
அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய், அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய், அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய், அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் ஒடு கனிகளை கொண்டு பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய். சூலமும் வெயிலில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அல்லவா பொன்மாட சிற்றவதனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உண்மை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயனா மதியலில் இறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட மண்மனு நீ ஏந்திவாடிட இதை சூழ்ந்திட இதன் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட உடம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். விமுக்தி காரணே நாதிகேச திவ்ய பிரம்மரூபனே மீனாட்சி சக்தி சகித சுந்தரேசனே அண்ணாமலை உதித்த நித்யநந்தனே சித்து அச்சித்தெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்டாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதிலின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே உந்தன் திருவடியை தொழுதோமே. ஆகினாய் ஆகினாய் கேள்வி காண மகிழ்வாகினாய் மொழியாகினாய் உலகமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்படை தரும் கர்ம விதைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் நோக்கி எப்பயாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே மணியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யநந்தனே ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் கதிகல சரணதையோ நயே காக்கிரவா வாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றிடவே வாராய் நித்யானந்தனே.
பக்தி வருணிக்கு தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க சக்தி தரு யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க பக்தி வருணிக்கு தந்த சத்தியம் எல்லாம் கேளுங்க சக்தி தரு யுத்திகள் எல்லாம் ஒன்னல ரெண்டல ஆயிருங்க என்னன்னு கேட்டா அது எட்டு சோரக்காய போகும் சொந்த வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க அதை வாழ்ந்திட நித்திய ஆனந்தம் கூடிடுங்க சொக்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும் சொக்கமதையனோ நீங்க வெளியே தேடணும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்பூரண வந்தா தானே கூடிடும்.
சிவ பரமசிவ 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 பரமசிவ. Let the Kundalini Shakti, Paramasakti awaken in all of us. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva.
வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே வெள்ளம் முழுதும் சிவாட்சி மலர வருகவே அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே தலை புரியாட்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே கையிலை வாழும் எங்கள் கையிலை நாதனே கருணையின் வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே புல்லாகி பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லா மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராய் முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லாரின் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்திழைத்தேன் எம்பெருமான் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் மெய்யே உன் பொன்னடிகள் கண்டு இன்று வீடுற்றேன் சரீரத்தில் வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட் கொண்டவா கையாளும் ஈசா கற்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட் கொண்டவா வெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை பயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா வெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை பயமாக்கவா ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடல்நிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா நாளும் ஈசா அருள்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட் கொண்டவா மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் சேரே வந்தறிவாம் தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உன்னாரமுதே உதயானே கலியுகம் மனதில் இருளது நீங்க தீபமாய் எழுந்த ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபானவம் அழித்து முக்தி தந்திட மலையாகி நின்ற அருணாச்சலமே ஆகிட ரூபம் தரித்தவா படைத்து காத்து மறை கழித்து அருளிடவே பரம ஞானம் தன்னை இறை ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யானந்தனை அருளிடவா வேண்டும் என்று கடல் கடைந்த போது அது வரும் நஞ்சை உண்டு வார்த்தை காத்திருந்தார் சிவசிவோம் நம சிவாயவோம் ஹர ஹர என சித்தம் அடையும் சிவசிவாயவோம் நம சிவாயவோம் அகதிமியன காலம் முழங்கும் நாளும் ஈசாரல் புரிய திவ்ய சரிதத்தில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட் கொண்டவா
பகவதே ருத்ராய புருஷாய அகோராய வாமதேவாய சத்யஜாதாய நமः பகவதே ருத்ராய புருஷாய அகோராய வாமதேவாய சத்யஜாதாய நமः நமோ நம சிவாய 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 शिवा शिवा सर्वभुवन पञ्चकृत्य कर्तो गुरु सदा शिवा शिवा कृत्यानि सकल तत्त्वमयमे महासदा शिवा जङ्गमा जङ्गम अन्तस्थं परब्रह्म परशिव जन्म मृत्युचक्रच्छेद शक्तिदायक आवदायक निगमागम पुनरुद्धारक नित्यानन्द परमशिवा नित्यानन्द परमशिवा नित्यानन्द परमशिवा
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Listen to this revelation intensely. You will manifest this reality now. All the principles of greed is included in the fear. Fear is the higher force inclusive of greed. Powerful cognition is higher force inclusive of fear and greed. Initiation is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions. Consciousness is higher force inclusive of fear, greed, powerful cognitions and initiations. Same way, electromagnetic force is higher than the principles of gravitation and inclusive of the principles of gravitation. Weak nuclear force is not only here, it is inclusive of the principles of gravitation and the principles of electromagnetic forces. Strong nuclear force is higher than and inclusive of gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force. Consciousness is higher and inclusive of gravitation force, weak nuclear force, gravitation force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force. So understand, consciousness is not only higher, it is inclusive of all the other four forces. So sit with this consciousness. Paramashiva is real. You will manifest consciousness now. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.
नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिः विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिः विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छबुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् दयालुं गुरुं ब्रह्मनिष्ठं प्रशान्तं समाराध्य मत्या विचार्य स्वरूपं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं निदिध्यास्य विद्वान्.
Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. I bless you all with this conscious process and initiation. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva. Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva.